All right. We are back. And we are going to make a functional path light block. Ooh, do I want to... How does this compare to... Same durability. You know what? Let's see what this looks like.
Oh, yeah.
Sarge Wiz with the sub. Appreciate that. Thank you for the sub. Okay. Yeah, I think we'll use this stuff maybe. Actually, let's see how it paints. Yeah, I think we'll use this. No, not tonight. Not tonight. Sometime. But not tonight. Alright, let's start with this. We also... Small. Sorry. Let's do... two of those signs. Okay. We are going to do... on-off toggle for multiple buttons. Okay, so we need... Okay, this is the T flip-flop. And we want this to be green and Input and output. Let's see, these are logic. Can't use, we have green for go or input, or red for stop or stop input. I think orange for output is what we want. Unless there's another color that we just don't use. Pink. I hate to use the default orange for output, though. How many does this have? 18. So we have 11 characters. T flip-flop, 18. Do we use one of these? Oh yeah, we can use one of these. Oops. You know what we're going to do to make this easier? Dang it. Yeah, that's fine. T flip-flop. Okay. All right, we got one. Okay, let's... just put this right here for now. Man, this uses... Could I pick anything that was going to consume my circuit boards anymore? 20, that's 25 blocks, so that uses 2.5 circuit boards. That's probably all right. Okay, now let's work on the next one. There is hold on a second. This one. See, there's a couple different versions of it. That is one. But then there is active if all the link triggers are inactive. Active if any. I guess they could serve the purpose. That can be NAND or NOR depending on. Active if all the link triggers are active. This one does it with like one less, I think. One and one nor. All the link triggers are inactive. That one may or may not be needed. Active if any of the linked triggers are active. So that could be active as long as this is active. So that or isn't really needed. This. Oh, never mind. I guess we can't. Crazy that we need that much logic for that, I guess, but because we did a different one. I guess that's 7. 6. That's oh well, we'll just do what we got here, and then if there's something we need to fix, we'll fix it. Or logic gates. Two NOR, and 2 AND gates. let's do oops. And then buttons. Is that correct? I don't think that's correct. There. And then okay, so then this would be the output. All the link triggers are active. Active if any of the linked triggers are active. And so then that one flip-flops that direction. Okay. Yeah, let's just use this one. Oops, I needed to put it down one. Actually, we don't even need that big of a sign. We'll use this one. And we'll bring this over one. Nope, I can't use this one. I guess we need to use the bigger one. Flip-flop exclamation mark with potential problems for quick input, but it's simple. Okay. Let's do... I can't do teeth flip-flop. Do we want to put one on here that's like safe? Unsafe. Okay, there we can do that. Then let's just put a block in between here. And then let's weld this. Okay. Now what's next? This is then wired up like so, and a norm. So this one could be if any are inactive. So that would be if any of the link triggers are inactive. This would be if all of the link triggers are inactive. NAND or NOR. I gotta see how this one works. Because there was a possibility of button. Oh, it gets wired up with, okay, that one goes to all. And then this one goes to that one. And the switch goes to this and that. However, if it doesn't have that or, that one seems, but we got two places to hook up our button to. So maybe it's best just to use this, even if it uses one more logic. So we can hook our button to one spot. I think that's what we're gonna do. And then orange is out. And we could use any of those for output. However, we'll paint this one. Oops. That doesn't really matter on that green. Nah, we'll use this green. And then red. And then orange. So that's green. And then those are out. Those are out. Black is nothing. Okay. We'll leave that. Okay, now what do we got? Now we have... Okay, we got the tip flop. Then we have a falling edge detect, rising edge detect, and an SR latch, a dual edge detect, and a split dual edge detect. Let's do... Let's do... delayed reset. Delayed reset. Okay. Okay, then we have a should have done these input on the left. I guess we could rotate this if we wanted to. Okay, so then we have input or input or, then we have nor, or, and a timer. We'll see where we want to put this. Okay. So then we have input. Put this button here. This goes to here. Then or out to in to nor 1. And that to nor 2. And then that into the or. And the or out to the timer. Into nor 2. I think this is what we made the other day. Need to turn the timer around though. Or out to timer and the timer to the norm. Okay, so then on and then off. Okay. So off. Which one do we want to use for our out then? And this would be on. Okay, and then which is going to be our output? I guess it depends whether we want it on or off. Either one of those could be used. For display purposes, I think we want the timer to be up here, and we could we could move that up and move the timer up. So that's a NOR. And then that should be correct. And then we need this to go into or out to the timer. Timer into NOR 2. Okay, that's a delayed reset. Okay, so that one's called the delayed reset. And then we need to get our sign back here. I think we need the large sign for that. Man. Or we use two smaller signs. We're gonna use the crap out of circuit boards here. I don't like doing that. Leave that, leave that. We need one more spot though. Let's do that. Let's do that and these path blocks here. Delay, reset. There you go. Delayed reset. Okay, and then we can get rid of those blocks. And that'll be one space. Okay. We could do unsafe. Do you want to do? Yeah, I guess unsafe, because it is unsafe. Okay. Here we got that. I like having them kind of spread out. But then again, I want them compact so that we can see what we're doing. That one really should be in the middle. And that could be over one. And then we have... I'm gonna change this one. This is and, that is NAND. So we're gonna move and goes to all of them. And then or goes to there. Okay. And we could put the input buttons over here. Let's put the input buttons over here. And input goes to actually, let's move the input there. I think this is an OR. And then that goes to here. And then this is a NAND that goes from there to there. We don't want that one up there because we want to see that string. Okay. Then we can get rid of that row of blocks. And if we set this up to use, we can get them closer. However, we would probably yeah, that can go anywhere. Okay, delayed reset. Okay, what's next? Pulsar. While the input is high, keep firing depending on the delay set. NAND, OR, and a timer. Okay. So we have NAND out to an OR, and OR out to a timer, timer out into NAND. Okay, so let's do the timer. Should be that one. So we go NAND out to the NAND out into the OR out into the timer, timer out into the NAND. Okay, so this is like active if any of them link triggers are. Now what happens if we put a switch here? Active if any of the linked triggers are active. Any of the linked triggers are inactive. We could shut that off. No, we can't do that. Let's say we do this. And if we want the input on the left, so that turns it on and off. So then we could reverse these. This is an OR, this is a NAND. So let's change this to an OR and this to a NAND. Does it not matter which way? So then we have the NAND out into the OR. Oops. NAND out into the OR out into the timer and timer out into the NAND. That's a reverse switch, but we just have to change the logic if we wanted to. We could invert this if we wanted to invert that. Switch and NAND are optional. Okay. Optional. How are we going to determine that's optional? Switched pulsar. Pulsar. Actually, that should be like adjustable pulsar. Switch is optional. Okay. Isn't there some other pulsar? Regulating piston. True version with sensor replacing the... Okay, let's go ahead and get that one. Actually, okay, let's... How many more? We got 7, 2, and we got a button here. Okay, let's get this adjustable pulser over here, I guess. After we get this done, we will post it up on the wall somewhere. So we have all of them. Okay. Now we have... Okay, 3 tick. It's 2 AND gates and a NAND gate. 2 AND gates and a NAND gate. How do I want to... 2 AND gates and a NAND gate. And then just wire them up. Okay. That should be... And then if we want a switch, if all the linked triggers are active, that will... Oh, there you go. Okay, that's a 3-tick pulse. The extra gate should be another AND or, keeping the NAND as the loop's only inverter. Okay, so if we do... I need an extra block here. I guess we could do this. Actually, you know what? NAND. You know what we should do? We should do... and NAND. And then this one like this. And then this would be here, here, and here. And this one would be here, 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 and here. That's a 3-tick and a 4-tick. I believe. An adjustable pulsar. This adjustable pulsar. This would be 3 or more adjustable, I think. And so this, I believe this 4-tick pulsar is the best one to use for timing. I should get these. I won't be able to. Well, I guess I could compare those two. Here, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna do. We're gonna do this. Adjustable pulsar. Now, okay, those should tick at the same rate. This one should be different. I think. Boy, that's hard to determine. So now we need to connect I don't know if it matters which one we connect. I don't think it does, as long as it's either of those. Either of those, either of those. So let's just do the first one. Oh, this one can't be the first one. It has to be the second one. For this one, let's just go ahead and do the second one. Also. Those two are alternating. These are changing in timing. Which one? Those two, the bottom are oh, so is this a 4-tick? Oh yeah, cause 3-tick. Okay. So that would be a 4-tick. So it could be done with the timer or a logic, the 3 or 4. However, if we want to turn it off properly, that one's better used. Okay, so now it should be a 3-tick, and it should alternate. This top one should be the same, and this one should be the one out of sync. However, how can I get those to be the same? Okay, so this probably because we need that to go into there. And this one, let's just try that. That's faster. That must be the 3-tick. This is slower. Yeah, that is the 3-tick. That's faster. This is slower. These are alternating. I'm pretty sure that is 3-tick. I want to try this and that. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Okay, so then let's take that out of there, and this turns that one off. This one turns that one off. That one turns that one off. Okay. So pulsar. So we need 3-tick. Three, 4, and adjustable. So let's take Do we want the sign above it or beside it? That's going to be a big, tall board if we do that. But let's just do this. And actually, do we want that in line here? So we want that like that. And then we have switch ops on our. Let's pull that up there. Let's get rid of the lights. And then we have pulsers. Pulsar, and then that's 3-tick, 4-tick, and adjustable. Do we just want to put those signs to the left, maybe? Need my hammer. And then we want that. Nope, hold on. We want a separation block. Three adjustable. Do we want a bigger sign for that pulsar? Man, that really needs a longer one. Pulsar, 3-tick, 4-tick, adjust. No reason to use the adjustable one if one of those works. Oh, we got this switch backwards. Can't have a backwards switch. Okay, now, since we got that, okay, maybe we'll put the pulsar first so it can be on the left. Oops, we gotta put a block down first. Pulsar. Okay. Unsafe flip-flop. Flip-flop. We could do unsafe and safe on the same one. We'll combine them later. Okay, so now regulating pistons. Need more logic. Boy, we burning through circuit boards tonight. Definitely done that, but whatever. That's okay. Oh, we gotta... Okay. Oh, yeah, they're not... This is not their permanent location. We will put them somewhere up there or over there or somewhere. Absolutely. We're just working on them now. Okay, regulating pistons. Or and nor. Switch button to piston, piston. Okay. Do I have pistons? I do not. Let's make 2 pistons. And let's make another couple of them, another couple of them. Okay, or and nor. Okay, so we have we'll probably combine them. Switch, button 1, button 2, piston, piston. Okay. Switch. Button 1, button 2. And then piston. Okay, now we got switch to and button button 2 to nor, button 2 to X nor, 2 to nor, and to piston 1, X nor to piston 2. So, okay, so switch to and. So this is going to be our and. Switch to and then and to nor. What goes to the buttons? Okay, button 1 to nor, button 1 to X nor, button 2 to nor, button 2 to X nor, button 2 to nor, and or nor X nor. What goes to or? And to nor to and, or X nor. Let's try this to or, this to nor, this to X nor. Okay, and then we have and to nor to and, nor to and. No, what? That's wrong. And to nor to and or. I think this goes to or. Or to X nor. Switch to and button. Switch to and button 1 to nor. Hold on a second. We need to move our buttons. Button 1 to nor. Button 1 to X nor. Button 2 to NOR, button 2 to XNOR, button 2 to NOR, button 2 to XNOR, button 2 to NOR. We already have that. And to Piston 1, and to Piston 1, XNOR to Piston 2. Something ain't quite right here. And regulating pistons. We gotta find a better description because this one is not good for this. Nope, that's not what I want. I can watch a YouTube video. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold on a second. Did I miss extra logic? 2x arm, piston 2. No, I did not. One gate NOR to create a self-sustaining clock pulse tied into an and or gate loop. Connect a master switch. Drawing. Connect a master switch to turn the pulsing mechanism on or off. So we need a pulser. Use directional buttons hooked to OR or XNOR gates to command extension or retraction. And gate into the... Let's just find a... I'm going to find a YouTube video because these are... Well, let me check. Let me check this. This might be... trying to find a picture instead of having to constantly... fuck it. Let's just go to YouTube. We'll watch a quick video. I gotta make sure... No, we should be good. Just have to skip the ad. We'll go to... Oh, con. Holy shit, dude. That was fucking loud. Oh, this is really old. Here, let's see about this one. Now, if you guys want to see what I'm seeing. It says we need 7 logic. Yeah. There is one that I saw with a sensor. And that could probably just replace that switch. Okay. We're gonna give it a shot. So I think we might change the way our piston is attached here. I think we're gonna attach our piston up here. Oops. Not with that. We'll do it with this. And then piston. Oops. Can I not get the arrow pointing out? Guess not. Oh well. Actually, I gotta have these be blocks. We can just make them some other block. We'll just make them do we want them to be ice? Very low durability, 2 durability. We want something with a higher durability with less friction. 4 friction, 3 durability. Actually, metal. We'll do metal. Okay, and then we need 7 logic gates. 3 of them are the loop, and 4 of them are for movement. So we could probably okay, let's go ahead and move. We want these. Let's move this up. So we have that, 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 and that. Okay, and then we can have the switch be there, and then we can have our up button and down button right there, I think. All right, I think that'll work pretty good. Okay. Nor and an or. Which one was what? It doesn't matter. Nor is this one. This is an or. I'm gonna wire mine clockwise. That is a pulsar. Actually, does that even matter? Well, we'll see here. We'll just do exactly what he says. Okay, then we connect this like this. Switch to the AND gate. You know what? We'll move that down there. So this one goes to this one and this one. Okay. And this one is an OR gate. All of my AND gates that is then this one goes to that and to that. Okay. Okay, so this is where the sensor goes up here. So let's see if we can get this figured out. Or that should be a button. We have to do, okay, hold on, there might be a slight variation here. Well, I like that one better. However, that's not... I saw one. Hold on a second. I'm gonna save myself. Holy shit, dude. I saw one that, okay, how do I get to... There it is. There it is. And... I don't know if I need the 2-tick. Okay. Here we go. This is what I want. All right, let's do this one instead. I like this better. Okay, so this sensor will go here. Okay, and then we only have. Oh, let's go ahead and see how he wires these up. Okay. Let's get rid of this, 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 and that. If we want it, we can put it there, but we probably won't use it. Okay, now we need, I'm gonna wire this up like and that one goes to both, so that one goes to both buttons. And then we have that one. And then we have that OR one can be anywhere. And that NOR one, that the switch goes to okay, so let's get, we got the button to this one and this one. This is a NOR, this is an OR, and this is a NOR. Okay, those two NOR blocks, that goes there, and this one goes up to there also. Do we want that one? NOR. You know what? Okay, and then this bottom one goes up to there. That's confusing. We might be able to... Oh, those have to loop, but don't want them in a line. I guess I could do, you know what we could do? We could do this, oops, this, and this, and then, okay, so this one is a NOR. This one is a NOR. This one is an OR. And then we have another ore. See if this works good. Okay, so this goes to there, this goes to there, this one goes to there, and this one goes to there. Okay, I like that so far. Okay, and then this ore goes, those are in a loop. So we can go like that, I think. And then the NOR goes to the ore also. Oops. Didn't see which direction. Then piston to this, and piston to this. Okay, and then sensor to this one, and sensor to this one. No, to this one. Okay, and then this is an ore that goes... Whoop. No, we fucked up here. I'm trying to make it ore to ore. And that one, oh, that one goes to... That goes to this. Okay, and then this NOR, I think, goes to the ore. We got something not quite right. We got 4 logics. Let's just go ahead and build his version. Then I'll modify it for what I want to do. I like organizing mine slightly different. We'll make it exactly like he has it. Exactly. Okay, so we have NOR space. We'll leave his upside down. Okay, then this is NOR, this is OR, this is OR, this is NOR. Hold on, dude. Hold on. We did something wrong. Gosh dang it. What did I do wrong? Connect the sensor to both NOR gates. Those are both NOR. Okay, let's remove this. NOR, OR. It's NOR, OR. And then that to the other NOR. Yep. Maybe we have the pistons. NOR. Yeah, we got the pistons backwards, I think. I don't know if that matters. This needs to be a button. There we go. All right, we got it. Now, pistons. That would be nice if the pistons. Okay, so the switches could move to the other side of this, not a problem. And so let's remove this and see what we got here. We don't need a switch. Okay, so now if we put those three by the button end, they're also the output for the pistons. So let's try. Okay, so if we put those like maybe let's go here and here. Okay, and the up one, that is an OR. And the down one is a NOR. So this is an OR. This is a NOR. And then this goes to a piston. And that's NOR or NOR. Okay, so then we need another NOR. So a NOR and an OR goes to the piston. NOR and an OR. So, alright, so those two go to the buttons go to those, and the pistons go to those. And then both of them go to a NOR. both of them go to a NOR, so let's put this to be a NOR right there. And then the only other one we're missing here is an OR. And the OR... Okay, so this goes to here, this goes to here. Then they also both go to here. And then these go to our pistons. Which we'll wait to hook those to the pistons. Okay, and then we have the OR that goes to... It needs to make a loop. It needs to make a loop with... the one, the two that it needs to make a loop with those. With those two, it needs to make a loop. Okay. So that loop, we could put it right there probably, and an OR, and yep. Okay, so then we can go here, here, and here. Okay. And then this one, it also goes to here. Oh yeah, I like this better. This is the loop with 3 ticks, and this is the loop, or 2 ticks and 1 tick minus that, I think. And so then this one goes, okay, and then the sensor goes to the middle one, and it goes to the top one. So sensor goes to this one, and sensor goes to that one. Okay, and then this goes to a piston. This goes to a piston, and this goes to a piston. Except for we went to the wrong pistons. This goes to this piston. This goes to that piston. We fucked up somewhere. Okay, so which one goes? So the top NOR goes to the... No, which ones did he say the pistons went to? First piston goes to the NOR that is connected to the down button. So this one goes there. And then this is an OR, and this one goes to the second. Oh, we got something fucked up here. Dang it. What do we got fucked up? Okay. So we have our... This is gonna distract me. There, we'll just do that for now. Okay. So let's color code these so we can see easier. We have nor, or, nor and or, and we have like 1 and 2. So let's go or, white and black. Okay, so we have, and we'll go, okay, so these, the or, okay, the or that the top button connects to, or that the top button connects to is white. The oh, that connects to just nors. Okay, nor and nor. Okay, so let's make those nor. We'll do red. Okay, nor. This is the loop nor. This is the, oops, the loop nor. This is the loop nor. This is the extra one. Let's make it black, I guess. Okay, and that's the one that this one connects to, so that would be that one. Okay, and then this one, orange one, neither the pistons or that connects to it. Okay, so we have, and then let's make green, green, red, red. Okay, green goes to red nor and white or. Green, red nor and white or. Okay. Red goes to red nor. Yep. And black nor. Yes. Okay. Then we have a loop between red, orange, white. Red. The loop I have going the other direction. I don't know if that matters or not. Let's just reverse that. I don't think it should. And then the black goes to here. Okay, so the orange goes to the black. Yeah, we got that. And then the sensor goes to... Aha, that's where we fucked up. Sensor goes to red and black. Sensor goes to red and black. And then it's a button. That's where we fucked up, I think. Nope, we still fucked up. Oh, we haven't. Okay, and then the pistons. Did we get those? Okay, the last piston connects to the or in the loop. which this is the OR in the loop, and the first piston connects to the NOR outside of the loop. Something's not working right here. I believe I have this correct, but I must not. Nor this one worked. Let's see. Let's paint white, black. Okay. And red and black. For the sensor. Red and black for the sensor. White and black for the pistons. Okay. Let's double check this again. Orange is OR. Orange is OR. Red is NOR. Red is NOR. White is OR. White is OR. Black is NOR. Black is NOR. Okay. Red button goes to red and black. Got that. Green button goes to red and white. I got that. The loop goes from red, orange, white, red. Red, orange, red, orange, the white, and back. Okay. There we go. I might have had the loop backwards. There we go. I think I like that. That's much cleaner to understand and see, in my opinion. So now let's undo this sensor from here. Okay, and then I could move the sensor goes to red and black. Yep, we're gonna move the pistons. We're gonna move the pistons so that I want the sensor in the front. So I need this side. Okay, and then we have the sensor to red and black, and we have this one to there, this one to there. Perfect. Okay. I like that. And we could move these buttons over one, at least for our demonstration. It goes to those two, that goes to those two. There, that makes much more sense to me. Much easier to follow. Much easier for the wiring. I like it. Okay. Now, what do we call this? Piston controller? Piston controller. Yeah, we can fit that on a big sign. And the big sign... Holy shit. We don't want a big sign. Those are huge, dude. And we can't have... We're gonna have to move the piston out one block. Piston controller. Like one. There we go. Piston control. And it's fucking backwards. Piston control. Then do we want to move our switches over there? We wouldn't have to. We'll just leave it. Okay, but we do need to move our piston out one block here. So that it's not gonna hit the sign. So let's do this. And then, well, this to that. Then we can put this back. And then we can wire up this. Let's do sensor is red and black, white and black. There we go. Nice. Beautiful. Okay. Those are unnecessary. That is unnecessary. And that is unnecessary. And let's just do... Oh, I could have moved that up one block. Yeah, we're going to. We're going to move that up one block. Piston to piston and sensor to those. So... Why is... Oh, it's not detached yet. That's kind of confusing, but you can see. You can see. Okay. So now piston control. We need... Let's go ahead and attach a couple blocks there. Let's weld that to there. Oop. Dang it. That's why we needed one more space. Okay, now we got the piston control. All right. Now what are we missing? We are missing... Delayed reset. We got the delayed reset. The other thing that we are missing is SR latch. SR latch and edge detects. Which orange or okay. Time for some jerky. Okay. Did we make... Is a T flip-flop the same as an SR latch? Or... Set reset. Oh yeah, it is reset. Okay. Trying to find... Which I think... Well, I think that my... Yeah, we got a set reset latch, an SR latch out here. Gosh darn it. That's what we put out here. This is the set reset latch, I believe. That goes into all three of those. We may have to just, which I don't remember what I did to, I don't have my diagram for what I did for that. Oops. I forgot to unmute slightly for the last one. Okay, let's do the next. Let's make a few more of these path blocks. Edge detector plus XOR loop, the glitch resistant replacement we built with your kept misfiring on short button presses. Well, I guess we could do the SR. Oh, okay. Excuse me. What are we working on? We are making ourselves a cheat sheet / reference, and we're going to organize it a little bit better and plop it up on the wall. But so we have our, oh, this is a flip-flop. This is the SR latch, I think. Yeah, this is the SR latch. It's not a flip-flop. I think it's an SR latch. Because that's set, that's reset, but it's unsafe. We can add the safety. Okay, so we have got too much shit in the way here. So we have nor, and nor, and oops, wrong button. Why did that not? Oh, damn it. I just wanted to open that as open with this, I guess. Rising edge detector. It only fires when the input just went from off to on. Falling edge detector. The mirror image fires only when the input goes from on to off. Useful for the bot just left the sensor range or the switch was just turned off, where you want to react to the release, not the press. Dual edge fires on either transition, on to off or off to on through one shared output. Useful when you just want to know something changed, like a blinking light every time a door opens or closes without caring which. Split also watches both directions but keeps them as two separate outputs instead of merging them. So downstream logic can react differently to the press versus a release while still sharing one input line instead of building two independent detectors from scratch. Okay. Stops triggering a sensor. No, I don't. Okay, what is going on with this? Something is going crazy on my computer. Okay, so we have and in the norm, and then those alternate and output to the device, either or, depending on which we want. Okay, that's what we already got. This would be SR latch. Not a flip-flop. Or, yeah, that would be an SR latch. We'll just do that. And that is unsafe because it can do that. This one is a flip-flop that's safe, but it can use either button. And it is safe. Okay, this is the pulsar, a 3-tick pulsar. This is a 4-tick pulsar. This is an adjustable pulsar. Okay, and then we have the delayed reset. We use that. Then we have our piston control. Okay, so okay, rising, falling, dual, or split. Okay. signal. Okay, let's see if we can do this now. Oops. We do need to add the safety to this. Edge detector plus XOR memory loop. Okay, let's make this glitch resistant replacement. So this would be OR gate, 3 XORs. Okay, so then we need not sensors. We don't need sensors. We need more logic that we used all of it. We're running out of our circuits. We're gonna have to go get more circuits. Okay, so then we have the, let's see, we want to OR gate and then the XOR loop. And then, so this goes into this. And then this goes, doesn't really matter. Go this way, and this way. Okay, and then that is the output. So can we tap that on to that safety edge detector plus XOR memory loop? AND gate and an AND gate. We should could rotate that. No. Or this goes to, so if I put this like over here, then I do this. This is an OR. And then those two outputs merges. So that would be, this one's just a merger, and then this would be our output. Okay. We should mark this as a safety. And we could, how do I want to do this? I want it that way, but I guess we could do that and then put the safety here. You know what? Let's just take... Let's do this. And let's add some more onto this. Let's take that. And then let's put this on the lift. Okay, and then let's add our safety. And then we need a sign for our safety. That adds that is the safety. So that is... Okay, so that shows how to add the safety. Those become the output instead of that becoming the output. Okay, so then we want like, to have this centered, we could do, I mean, I guess I could put my ore block over there. Put my ore there. And then, actually, we need, hold on. I got a little sign. Do not have a little sign. Let's make a little sign. Let's make a medium sign too. And then let's add the safety. What's going on, Mama? Let's do this. Okay, now we need to add some blocks. I am doing good. Except for I'm using up all my circuit boards. Okay, so then we need the ore. To bring those down. And then we need the XOR. Ore goes into all three. I need to show that those go over here. I could rotate that latch. Actually, I think I kind of want to. And then this is going to be XOR, XOR, XOR. This is OR. And then, so that just goes to all of those. And then those go like that. And then those would typically go right there. Hold on. And then output tap goes to my device. Something's not quite working right with this. AND gate and AND gate. Reset sign. AND gate, AND gate. This is an OR gate. And then XOR. Did we miss something? That goes to all of those. XOR to XOR to XOR. Something ain't quite right here. Okay, this is an OR, no, that's not the safety we added. That's different. We added a safety with 3 ORs before somehow. Okay. The 3 OR gate version was the pulse stretcher. It sits in front of it and just guarantees the button signal lasts long enough before it ever reaches the latch. OR gate, NOR base, SR latch completely unchanged. Just makes sure it always receives a long enough pulse to switch cleanly. Fewer new ports, 3 gates Only fixes the short press glitch, not the reload spawn glitch. Edge detector plus XOR loop replaces the memory mechanism entirely with XOR gates, which are inherently more resistant to both glitch types at once at the cost of more gates. 8 instead of 4-ish. What the hell? This... What do we do with this one? We have our loop here, and then this is our AND. Active if all the triggers are active. So then that goes to all 3, and that triggers all of them. And that's XOR. That's kind of what we're trying to do here. That's XOR, XOR, XOR. And that should trigger all of them. Is it because it got into an unstable state or something? Why is that doing that, but this one isn't? It's because that one is on. So this is the one. That's not working correctly. Hmm. Oops, what did I do here? I want this one. I'm watching something here. Hmm. I'm gonna have to try this one. Okay, this... something's not right with this. What do I want to do next here? This one is not complete because it's not functioning properly. Let's just take this off. Okay, and then what were we doing here? Oops. We were gonna try this thing here. Okay. So we got buttons. We do not have buttons. We need some buttons. Oop, I forgot I made... Nope, never mind, we're good. Okay, logic. Timer's down there. Okay, we got buttons. Then we have nor. Do we need to have these separated? I don't think we do. Okay, so then we have this. Then we have the loop. And then we have active if all linked triggers are active. That's still... That does not work. That does not work. Unless I missed something. Oh, hold on, I missed something. I think. Well, I don't think it'll matter because that's the only thing that I missed. And those are just going to the outputs. Oh, it went from that one. Ah. Stabilizes. That one, what do you call that? A flip-flop? Stabilized flip-flop? Or no, this would be a set reset. Set relax. It should be so this should be opposite. On. How do we make this opposite? What if we go on nor, or, oh. We want the on to be there and the off to be there. And if it screws up, we want it to default to off, not on. Okay, so we just need to move these switches. However, yeah, we just need to move these switches around. I could have just undone them, I guess. Off. That's off. And that's on. off, on. I mean, I guess we could use that. That prevents the glitchiness if it tries to start. It's compact. That would be the off, on. And orange is output. So then flip-flop. This is another way of doing an or, an and a NAND. Oh, this is pure flip-flop with that on. So this is this is a set reset, a fixing set reset, I guess is what I would call that one. Would be nice to... I want to rebuild this. Let's see. I like the outputs being on the other side. I guess we could, but this output is attached to a button. So... I guess it's not that big of a deal. Unsafe, delayed reset, safe flip-flop. I kind of like this self-fixing one. It just ensures it just doesn't work if you don't hold it long enough. However, I guess it just depends. We just need to know how to fix things. So this is active if all the linked triggers are active. So that is, if that is active and NAND is active, and then what does that go out to? Oh, those are the output. Active if only one of the linked triggers is active. This one we like wouldn't use at all. So this one would be like a self-fixing, but I want to do this one in a little different orientation so that we have defaults to off and the output's like up here. So I just need to rotate this all and connect that button to, this is nor, or, and. And so that one, nor. Okay, let's see if we can't do this. Nor, or, an and. We have an or and an and, so we can have that loop be either way. We want that there, and then we want, I think we want it like this. No, we want, that's off. And that is on, so we want and an, oh, that needs to be an or. Nor. So hold on a second. We just have to, we have to just flip-flop these. We have to use a nor for our output, and it goes there, I guess, huh? Link triggers are inactive. Okay, so, okay, this would be nor. Alright, I got it. This would be nor. This would be or. That is and. And then we need this to go to here. On, off. On, off. Oh, but then that will default to on. I think. Yeah, that defaults to on. Can I do this? Nope. What is, this isn't or. So we have to go from the or. That one doesn't do anything now. Okay, no, that's basically how we want it. That's basically how we want it. Except for we want I think we want the two. Okay, we got the two NORs right there. And then we rotated the... Hold on a second. We have to rotate it one more. The NORs... Yeah, so we have to have... No, hold on. We need to rotate it the other direction. Okay, this needs to be an OR. This needs to be an NOR. And... No, that needs to be an AND. This needs to be an OR. And then let's get rid of these connections. And no, this needs to be a NOR. This is an OR. And this is an AND. Okay, so then this button has to go across to there. And this button has to go right there. And then on, off. Okay, then we need this to go like that. We got these backwards. That's on, off. But it defaults to on. Dang it. Why are we so close but struggling so hard, dude? Okay, this goes here. This goes there. On. Off. I will be right back. And I'm out of drink. I lost track of time. Okay, back to what we were doing. This is boring for anybody. Apologize. But I'd rather spend a whole session figuring out the logic instead of struggling with it multiple different times. And I can figure out how I want to organize it, you know, and then, you know what? I should probably, let's move this button down. And that's on, that's off. On, off. Defaults to off. That's probably an okay circuit with a safety. What happens when we it defaults to off? I like that. Flashes a few times. Is that organized well? I think so. That's our logic. That's our output. This is our output, turns it off. Okay, so we got black, we got orange for output, and green for on, red for off. And this one would be called a stabilized or something. I don't know what I'd call this one. Set, reset. So an SR. I don't know what we call it. Stabilized, I guess. And red. Yeah. I think we're going to call that. Which, if I could have them in line. However, then the buttons overlap and you can't see them. So I guess the on button could be, well, oh yeah, that's the whole problem. We have the buttons in line, then they're cables. Well, yeah, we'll just do that because you can move those up if you want. This is good for the example. And then, so what do we call this one? We call this one like... SR latch. SR latch. Stabilized. Nah. Or stable SR latch. Is that what we call it? That's what we can call it for now, I guess. Stable SR latch. And then... Okay, so the pulsar, I'm extremely happy with the pulsar one. This flip-flop example, I'm decently happy with it. However, I mean, I guess it doesn't matter that it's wide because we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 underneath the sign. So we might as well use the 5 spots underneath the sign. Delayed reset, that one's easy to see. Unsafe delayed reset. So we have to figure out how to make a safe delayed reset. Okay, and this is the SR latch that we made before. SR latch, flip-flop. I guess we could call that unsafe. With stable SR latch. Maybe we could put that one over there and call that one the stable. And then... then we need one with like an actual safety. You know what? Stable SR latch. Using up all them blocks. You know what? Fuck that. We ain't using up them blocks. We'll use up concrete. We'll trade that out later if we want. Okay, SR latch, flip-flop, stable. I guess we have SR latch. Stabilized. Off. Stabilized. off stabilized. Off stabilized. Yeah, we'll do that. And then, so let's get rid of this. Oh, I guess that didn't work. Okay, off stabilized. Then I need... unsafe SR latch, flip-flop. This is stabilized. This is a flip-flop with an OR, an AND, and a NAND. There's multiple ways to do these things. Oh, but that's a SR latch. That's a flip-flop. I don't know if you... I don't know, it was flip-flop? Hold on a second. I am happy with the piston control, though. And the delayed reset, we just need to get a safety. Waiting to hear back what this says. A T toggle flip-flop. Okay, T is a toggle flip-flop. Okay, toggle flip-flop. You know what? I'm gonna do this. Toggle flip-flop. Okay. I think some people are using different definitions and I'm getting confused. Level sensitive responds directly and indirectly to no clock or trigger needed. SR latch. Okay, edge sensitive only changes state on a specific triggering event, a clock edge in real electronics or controlled latch. We're just going to get rid of this. Off stabilized. Nor, and this was nor, or, and we put an and in to stabilize it. Is anybody else here because you're wanting to understand logic a little bit more? And or is there any specific circuits that you're trying to figure out? Oh, we got a lot of extra blocks here. Okay, so we have off stabilized. Okay, my timer's going to go off again sometime soon. My safety still did not work. We need to figure out why that did not work. Or reset sensor, set input, XOR. Okay. I want to put this one. Let's take that out. And then let's put this. Let's weld this. Oop, nope. Cancel that. After I put block in there. Now we will weld that to there. Okay. Okay. Okay, so now I think this is because this is OR and NAND. This is a flip-flop. Rising edge detector feeding an XOR loop. This is the only one specifically called out in an old blah 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 blah. Reload spawn glitch. They create a one-tick pulse when an input of any length is received and use that to toggle an XOR loop. That's the two glitch combo we've been chasing a lot, solved by one design. Edge detector feeding XOR memory loop. Okay. Why it's most broadly the edge detector itself, NOR plus AND, the thing that catches input just changed and outputs a clean pulse, is modular front end. All right, 30 more minutes. To the input of any circuit, not just an SR latch. Button, switch, sensor, doesn't matter. Run it through an edge detector first, and whatever's downstream only sees a clean, reliable, single-linked pulse, regardless of how fast or slow the person mashed the button. That's the piece worth memorizing or using everywhere more than the XOR loop specifically. Second separate layer, the kill line arm switch we built. This one doesn't fix the logic glitch at all. It just guarantees that even if something glitches, physical consequence wasted seeds and unwanted smashed doors. So you can't reach the real world until you deliberately confirm things are stable. Different kind of safety. One fixes the signal, the other protects against the signal being wrong. Right. There. Okay. Edge detector. 2 gates. NOR and AND. Pair it with an XOR loop specifically when you need full protection against both glitch types at once. Okay, so we're going to do another little experiment and or learning. Okay, so now we'll just do it. Do we want to do... Nah, I guess we can turn it sideways if we want. We will just start up here. Actually, no. We're gonna go sideways. We're gonna go sideways. NOR and AND. Okay. Set button goes to both. So how do we want to do that? We can move. Actually, let's do this. NOR and NOR and then NOR OR gate merges both pulses. Actually, yeah, that's fine. NOR. OR. Okay, and then XOR, XOR, XOR. And then we can go... What? NOR. nor and or what the fuck did I change? Set to the nor and the and. Active if all link triggers are inactive. What the fuck did I just fuck up? Nor to and set. That should. I just fucked something up. I think. We're gonna do that. And then we're gonna do that. Okay. This is an OR. This is an XOR. This is an XOR. This is an XOR. And XOR. We just need it to go. One, two, three. Okay. And then the OR goes to all of them. And this goes to OR. Okay, no, that works. Okay, edge detector plus XOR memory loop. Glitch resistant replacement for the plain SR latch. Or active if any of the linked triggers are active. Why would I use this over this? This we have the XOR loop. This is an AND, but it feeds all three gates. This feeds all three gates. So basically 3 XORs getting fed is the safety, I think. And XOR, what does XOR say? Active if only one of the linked triggers are active. So that activates it. And that activates that. And that activates that. But that deactivates. And then those keep each other alive. So that is 6. And this is 8. Or and NAND. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. So how do I modify this? Okay, XOR. Edge detector plus XOR memory loop. Okay. So that's like a toggle. This is like a set reset. However, either button works. Six. Six. 3, 6. Okay, so this, we basically just did this. And this we could minimize this a little bit. By moving those in. And I think I will, actually. We're going to move those in one, and we need to connect in a loop, and then that to all. So XOR, XOR, and then get rid of this, get rid of that, and then this goes to there, that goes to there, this goes there, there, there. And we can use any of those XORs for the output. Safe toggle flip-flop. What? Okay. All right. This that feeds the timer, that would have to go to an XOR loop, I think, in order to make it safe. So to go to an XOR loop, I think we're learning here. Learning and experimenting. Oops. XOR, XOR, XOR. Loop, loop, loop. And then this goes here, this goes here. And here, and here. And this goes here. Unless, do all of them need to go? No, timer can only receive one input. I mean, I think that kind of works. Not fully, though. Okay, so this is the SR latch. off stabilize. And okay, so then we need, in order to stabilize that whole thing, so let's see if we can make a stabilizer off of here. We're gonna use concrete here. Actually, and that goes to all 3 gates. No, that don't quite do it either. Or what's going on? Surely this will make it go all goofy. Yeah, that'll make it go all goofy. I'm not quite sure. I got it partially understood, but I'm still missing something. What are you up to, Generic? We are wasting circuits, making ourselves a cheat sheet that we will organize and plaster up on the wall. Figuring out all the logic now so that we don't have to screw with it later. We are being semi-successful. OR gate chain. Stretch input signals shorter than 1 tick, up to 3 ticks to stabilize the memory latches. The memory bits out of stable nor rather than tight self-referencing loops. To reduce 1 tick clock errors. Simple logic gate lift loop glitch fix. It'd be nice to know. That's one thing that I don't. Let's see here. Or gate chain. 3 ticks. So if active if any of the linked triggers are active. Active if any of the linked triggers are active. If any of the linked triggers are active. Okay. Now need another button. We're gonna have so many fucking buttons and shit. Okay, so if I put that into this is an OR active if all the link triggers are inactive. All the link triggers are active. Maybe we'll do this. Oops. All the linked triggers are inactive. Why doesn't that work? That works. Oh, because it's the wrong frickin' side. That would work, but that would be a lot of logic. We'd have to have that times 2. I'm gonna have to specifically look that up sometime because there's no way we have to use that many for a glitch-proof SR latch. Yep, I know. Okay. Use the new one. Okay, where is the new one? Okay, there's so many. Most popular. Most recent. Most top rated all time. SR latch. Green set. Holy shit. This does it with 8 logic. I wish it would just give a description instead of making me download it and pull it up in Steam and pull it up in... That's so annoying. I think we're gonna have to call it good for tonight. We made some good progress in understanding stuff. But okay, we still got a ways to go before I'm happy with everything. I don't even know what this one... Oh, this one was the old one of the piston control. That's what that is. And we don't need that one because we have that. Off stabilize SR latch, simple. Okay, off stabilize piston control, a delayed reset. We need to stabilize this one. This toggle flip flop. Safe. That is good. Okay, pulsers are good. We got them. 3, 4 tick. Adjustable. Delayed reset. Okay. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I still want to do something with that. The piston control I'm happy with. A toggle flip-flop. We got that one. I'm happy with that. And the piston control. I am not happy with this. That's unsafe. And I'm fairly happy with this. But we want to... get the safe version of the SR latch, and we want to do the safe version of the delayed reset, which that goes out to the timer. What happens if we do... That's not quite safe yet. That is fucked up, is what that is. Okay. All right. We got to get to bed. I don't know if anybody else had any interest in this tonight, hopefully. Let's see who we can find. See ya, mama. We will raid Club Pug. And tomorrow, hopefully we'll have more time and we'll have this figured out. Oh, damn. We don't have many Twitch people left. We're not going to bother raiding since we only got one person. We will catch you guys next time.